Welcome back, everyone. We'll begin starting in just a few minutes here. Like always, first a quick ad, then we get started. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes here. Alright, we'll begin starting just a second here. May see what was maybe delaying me a little bit here. Got Jack who's super cuddly right now. How's everyone doing? Well, we'll be continuing on Mounted Blade today. Hope everyone's excited to see us try and take a city by ourselves here. We'll see how that goes. Oh. There we go. Jack's finally letting me move around. Alright. Real quick, just let me do one thing and then we'll get started here. There we go. Alright. Let's get started. Jack's not risking pulling the headset off with the cord. We'll do this. Alright. May notice we're in a different city. Just literally moved from the castle to a safe area. This may have been where we were. May see why I moved. But also lets me get the wage situation for our people handled. Gonna create a blade to use here. Got a bit of the two-handed swords parts unlocked. So I can now make some pretty fun weapons for dueling or quicker attack purposes. So let's see. First off, orders. You want just throwing axes? Fine. There you go. Anyways, let's go ahead. Not that. And let's craft us a blade real quick. This is technically the best sword you can make out of, like, for cheap. This right here, this blade, is insane. You may notice. 145 damage. Can bump that up to 150. It's very slow, but it hurts. I like the look of this one. Could make it kind of on the short side. Could extend it a bit. Let's also change the guard here. Well, looks like a fitting guard for this kind of weapon. Actually doesn't look that bad. I think we'll go with that one. We'll extend it out a little bit. Let's also change the handle. I like the look of that one. We'll go ahead and slim it down here. And we gotta have a proper pommel here. match. Let's see. Let's just go with the small. There we go. It's a very nice looking sword. Oh, sorry about that. See how it comes out. Decent. Very good, actually. We could also do like a cavalry sword here. Or, of course, you know, a saber. Let's see. We got a few options now. But I think we have our blade. Let me just craft a few of what I've been using as the money makers here.
Godless Southlanders, you dare
Hey, Artie.
on my domain?
Thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Already done with Sifu? Did you punch the boss in the face? A raid message of all time there. Barnyard. Oh. How did the punching spree go? Alright. I know there's not many people in here, but just in case, you know, anyone isn't already following here. Very big part of the channel. So, happy to shout him out here. Give him a follow if you haven't already. Oh. Yeah. How did the boss fight go, Hardy? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. We'll just get these crafted. And we'll get moving here. Alright. Let's go ahead and equip that. Depending on what we're doing here, we'll have the light cavalry lance ready. Let me just grab a bit of food here and we'll be good to march. Let's see. Oh. There we go. Alright. Where do you guys think we should go? I think we just go right in. Best way to warm up. A siege. Right? Gotta get the combat in early. Actually, real quick. Before we help with this. Hey, Rebecca. How you doing? Let's go help out our friends over here. Just in time to see us get into the first siege of the day.
Listen up.
I may have. I may have. It may have been getting just a tad bit too warm, you know? We'll see if I actually am, Hardy. We'll see if I am. Let's go ahead. On. We're gonna move over here. Let's move the archers into a square formation.
Scatter!
Not that. Sorry.
Square formation! Move!
Right there. Let's move the
Soldiers!
soldiers right here.
Move! Wait,
We'll form a
position!
skein here. And we'll let our allies take the mark. But yeah, it was getting just a tad bit too warm. Decided it was finally time. So, has everyone been beating the heat today? As we, you know, get into the heat of combat here. Yeah, what the heck. We'll get off the horse. Now we have a proper sword. There we go. Nearly got cavalry charged. Not too bad. Our troops have taken minimal losses, of course. They can pay for that. Yeah, that's the goal already, is to get good here. And hopefully get a kingdom of our own, finally. Been trying to prep for that for a bit now, and it'll be nice to finally have it. And then deal with the constant raids and sieges that come along with it. Yeah, it's been... The heat wave, I'm surprised it's still going on, to be honest. That's no good. You know what?
Attack!
I'll let them get away with that. So who's left? 4 horses. We can work with that. Take a random horse and ride over there. Oh. Oh. There they are. I mean... It's battlefield acquisitions, alright? It's not stealing. It's, repurposing resources to, you know, use during battle. Just like that totally wasn't a sneak attack. That was totally an honorable finishing blow there. Right to the back of his head, of course. We'll take at least the higher up troops here. No, those don't exist back that, around this time. Everything's fair game. As long as, someone else doesn't make you pay for it. I thank you for the watermelon. I quite enjoy that. Got a little bit too high up there, though. Close. Good aim. Let's see. Just finish leveling these guys. I'm just trying to make sure I don't level the wrong troops here. How many do we have? Yeah. That will be helpful for one of our companions. Let's see. Probably give it to you. Actually, it's just... Never mind. I thought it'd be helpful. It's actually not really. What the heck, I'm just gonna take everything anyways. You see, they're all's fair game back at this point. Okay, we need... Oh... Let's go ahead and help the siege here, and then we ride out. Hey, Svet. Oh, how you doing? Calls it just the right time. We're just about to help with this siege here, and then move on and defend another. Well, I keep an eye out for any rebelling city-states. Just to help squash them and maybe, make them our own. Also, congrats on the first therapy. Didn't see that for a second there. Oh, yeah, I actually have a moment right here. Basically the way to go and hire a companion is go to a major city and look in the tavern district. If there's a companion for hire, they will be sitting in there, and then if you want to, hover over their name, click it, and then check their stats and see if you want to hire them if you're concerned about that. Because companions do have very different stats. You can ooh. Yeah, kind of like Skyrim in that respect. It's very simple, and they're not too expensive either. They're like, I think the most I've seen is 600 gold for one. Well then. Alright. Well, we still have one enemy here. In the meantime. Let's go see what it looks like over here. We'll go check over here and then, Oh, actually, wait. This siege is still happening. We'll go help with that real quick. So we have two armies marching. We're a mercenary right now still, by the way, Svet. I'm kind of keeping an eye out for any towns we could potentially take. The best time to take a town is actually right after it's been taken by the enemy. Because if the faction who took it over is not so kind, you can kind of, steal a city from a bigger faction without repercussions. And this place right here is probably gonna rebel if I had to take a guess. It can be, definitely. Oh, they're just wanting to help, you know, take this. Speaking of which, let's just real quick take all the rations, and where was that? What is this, Crusader Kings? We get involved in the combat around here. We've got to make ourselves a king first before we can sit back and enjoy those, luxuries, if you want to refer to them as such. Alright. I'm gonna go check Omar here. If Omar's reasonably, able to be taken, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna abandon being a mercenary, and we're just gonna take this. Decent garrison. But yeah, there are moments where like the combat kind of slows down just because of how it's set up. You know what? We'll go check up here. We're already at war with the Crusates here. That one's just a little bit too well defended for me at the moment. We will definitely be heading back if that's not already retaken later. But for now, it's just a bit too defended. Let's, in the meantime, look for any tournaments along the cities we'll pass here. But I need to get started actually conquering places. That'll also skyrocket our clan status to where, you know, I'm able to actually get a kingdom officially recognized. And also, Ripiez to the such great luxury. I mean, better, well, sometimes the disease than the, you know, random, like, arrow wound from battle, to the gut, and then, you know, the doctor or whatever, whoever's treating you recommends, you know, bloodletting as the way to fix it. And then you know, have issues there. It is very difficult sometimes. You have to really... There's a bit of cheese you can do. Like, right now, it's why I'm looking to take the city. I'll mention the cheese. And it helps with starting a kingdom. You target rebels. And you don't actually officially establish a kingdom. You take the city, you hold on to it. Until you're a kingdom, people cannot declare war on you. Does Jedi Survivors have, like, a enhanced mode for repeat playthroughs, maybe? That is a good steed. We will actually grab that. So this will be rough. It's definitely well defended. Let's see. If we eliminate the nobles, the hardest one's gonna be this guy right here. If we get just a few more people, we could. How many can I have? 98. We need slightly more to have a perfect chance, but without suffering too many losses here. So these aren't ideal quite yet. Let's go here. We'll assist in a few more sieges. Maybe a defense. If we can, we want to be defending, actually. Hold on. Wait. No. Another tip. Do not marry off, like, any of the women of the clan. Because how the game works, they join the family, and you do not get access to, like, them anymore. So you're actually cutting down on how many people you can use for, like, caravans and that. Alright, so they've taken that. Yeah, we're gonna ride over here. Ooh. Here we go. Big city siege should get us some nice reputation. Yeah, we'll keep riding here. If I see a castle I can take solo, I will. Not only would that be a ton of influence, so, you know, we get paid a lot more. But, it'll also be fun. Oh yeah, for anyone, I know I've mentioned this a lot, but anyone who doesn't know, next weekend, possibly on probably on Saturday, I'll be doing a 24-hour stream. I think it's gonna be Saturday there. Probably the best day for it. So, see, like right here, not only Bannerlord. It'll definitely be multiple things. But like right here, this city, by the way, this is an example of what you want to look out for right after it's been taken. Because it has a relatively small garrison, which are the actual tough forces you'll be fighting. Normally in a like situation like this. Let's we'll lead an assault tier. But I've got a few games planned already, and I'm down to accept more, obviously. Bannerlord may, depending on what games we have already, may include it. As one of them. Alright. Let's take control of the infantry here. Oh, is this just... That's why. It's just us here. Okay.
Move out! Forward!
Actually, let's real quick before you get any losses here. We're gonna actually have to back out. The army left here, I think. Yeah, they left. So we actually do need to re-prepare siege prep. They're selling out. Yeah, let's...
Stop there. Who are you?
What are you asking for? You're gonna have to pay it. Let's go ahead and join in on this battle real quick. Why can I not get involved? Oh, sworn to not attack. You know what? They screwed me over. They did that by leaving us here. You know, to get attacked right there. And lose a lot of forces. Let's abandon them. Let's get some food here. And I think we're gonna get revenge here. Left us to die, so we'll return the favor, shall we say. Let me just get some money here so we don't have troop issues. I did. It's not quite my kind of RTS. At least... No commands, order, or coordinate. Alright. No mods, Winnie. This is on console, so it's completely standard. Hey, man. How's it going? Alright, so... basically... we can only order the troops to charge forward. I'm fine with that, Hardy. I am most certainly fine with that. Let me just see. I'm looking for certain weapons here real quick. To get the materials I need here. So what you're saying is I only tell the companions to control their troops, then? That's what you're saying? We can do that. Oh, it is definitely very tempting. But yeah, repeat. It looks like it could be fun. The closest to that style I have played is the old Command and Conquers. I'm not super big on RTSs for the most part. In that setup. I will say that. But it looks like a lot of fun. Alright. Do this just to get enough, so I'm not losing out on paying wages here. There we go. Grab a bit of hardwood in return for later. What would it take to make one more? Probably a bit too much. Yeah. A bit too much, so we'll just leave it. We'll get the metals after combat here. And we'll take this. Alright. Surrender, die. And Hardy, for your challenge there, I'll say it has to be a
I'm taking command.
army of equal size. Almost. That way it's fair, and I can't just, you know, go for bandits. Alright, so where is... Should be over here.
Sergeants in charge!
There we go. I am, Winnie. Next Saturday, more than likely. Alright. Let's charge forth and... Ooh. They actually have horseback. I doubt those horses will be a problem, but we'll see. I'm just not doing good with these javelins today. Ooh. I am playing a variety of games. It won't just be one game in particular. That was too low. There we go.
You are dead!
Just staying away. You know what? I can't say I haven't done that. Actually, my first 24-hour stream was on the launch of Stalker 2, partially just... I will be trying my best, alright, Hardy? Yeah, they're not actually charging in. They're just gonna let them come to us. So let's just... We'll meet them in the middle here. And hey, I got very close. It was what? 23 hours last time? Now, it may be true, but did you have to really say it out loud? As I get just blocked by shields here. I at least got one person on foot. I definitely need to get used to fighting multiple people again. We'll leave those. Let's take... Buckled mail is actually an improvement for someone, right? Yeah, you. Here we go. Let's also do... Everything else is fine. Alright. Let's just get the troops built up and ready. And we'll take on one of the rebel factions here. That means we'll get Kazite archers. They're very good. If we can. Use some Sturgian troops. And then we charge in. Just hire whatever we can here. I definitely need to get a workshop set up as soon as possible as well. To get the wages down here. Alright. Just fill up on the troops here. We'll also do a mission or two. That's someone... That's either a group of people taking turns, someone who just left it up, or something like that. But that is still insane. Or it's one of those 24/7 streams where like they play through, say, like VODs or something. That I've seen pop up every now and then. Alright. Rip it. Totally necessary, I imagine. Alright. Let's go ahead. I guess we'll grab you guys. Yeah. Exactly. And I can tell you from personal experience, even getting to 72 hours is not pleasant. Alright, we're actually gonna need the pay here real quick, so one moment. That too! I will say it's impressive they actually kept it up and going for that long. Let alone, like, actually setting that up. Yeah, let's go ahead and sell this stuff. This is kind of the issue, by the way, with trying to set up, for building a kingdom. The main part is actually keeping your economy kind of, in the green. I did that, Rippe, because when I did the Stalker 2 24-hour stream, I had to find 2 clips, because I got struck by lightning not once, but twice in-game during that. And I thought that was a pretty good moment. At least back then I thought that. I mean, it's okay, in my opinion, but it wasn't, like, super... Apparently Zeus. I mean, there is that video of the guy who got struck like 3 times, but I don't think I'd try my luck that much. Or because of how everything's set up here, I don't think everything would stay functioning. Yeah. Alright, let's see. We'll do this. This will be nice and easy. We'll just do the order here. Let's do this. That limits how much wood is being used. There we go. Gets us a bit of money. Ready to go. What, Rippe? Hopes for a 1,000-day stream shattered there? Well, sorry to say, that would be a far-fetched anyways. I can guarantee you some technical problem would end that early. In my case, at least. Alright, we'll just do the horse upgrade here. Alright, what's this looking like now? That's not just a 2025 thing. That's 2025, 6, 7, and 8 all together. Considering how late we are into 2025 at least. Yeah, that's still gonna be properly garrisoned here. They may fight this off. And if that's the case... Oh. I see. Yeah, they may fight this off. And if they do... That'll be good for us. But let's go ahead. Recruit just a bit more of cavalry here in case we go against cavalry ourselves. Okay, that works. And let's see, what does the map look like right now? Bunch of sieges. Interesting. Let's see. That doesn't have the nobles there, or the rebels. We're kind of in a small break period here where I'm just trying to plan out how I want to do this, because as soon as we take one of these, by the way, we can no longer do mercenary work. So as soon as I take one of these, I want to be taking technically 3 or 4 of them. Realistically, this is probably the best point to take, because these are close enough together I can defend them. And Varnapol here is probably going to rebel as well. We get those 3. And that's a good start. Let's see, what else could we do? Legenta's probably about to change hands. We won't be taking any castles quite yet. Well, you see, I want to get I want to start my own kingdom. And I want to get it started early. That way it's not, you know... well, I could actually do the 100k right here if I just spent a small amount of time smithing. Ooh. Hold on. Ooh, that. We're checking this. This is freshly rebelled. This is a very prosperous kingdom, so we don't want it to get too bad here. That's the other thing. Well, there's a trick, Winnie, which I'm going to be using. If you take the cities without immediately establishing a kingdom, they can't declare war on you. It's why I'm looking at all these rebel cities. You can't sue for peace either, by the way, if you do that. Yeah, it's why I'm taking a look at rebel cities here and trying to figure out what we're gonna do. You also cannot be a mercenary after you do this. If you hold any towns or anything, you cannot be a mercenary. They may have changed it, but this is how it at least used to work. For quite some time. I mean, mercenaries are fun in the sense of I can attack a lot more stuff. Alright. What we're gonna do here... I just saw we're starving. So what happens when you go with just massive travel here? Alright. Nice little trick. We're gonna just go ahead. I'm gonna sell these scout banners. And another little trick for setting up for a siege, buy all the food in the city here. If you buy up their whole food supply, that actually does affect them. And if you can starve them out, what it does is they will, lose... It's either the garrison or the militia bonus that they lose. But essentially they lose, like, a huge part of their forces. Which makes it easier. It also means you have to be large enough that people don't want to just attack you while you're setting up the siege, or they sally out. It's why I'm really trying to maintain numbers here. We're about to the point where I can start making the big money makers to where I don't have to do this nearly as much. I'll make one sword and be able to buy out their whole inventory here. Hey, thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the lurk. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead. We'll already declare war on the rebels here by going in and attacking them.
I don't think I know you. Peace to you, stranger.
My name is Brosnan. What's yours? And we don't care. We're delivering our demands here. Surrender or die. We're going to go ahead and set up to where I can get started here. Now, one thing. Rebels do not have the best of troops. So, even with numbers on their side, they won't have the best of chances here. We're just going to do this, where I'm just going to be a standard foot soldier. That way they command. Alright.
Follow your sergeants!
Delegate commands. Because of the challenge here. That's also a good thing. The AI is not horrible at commanding people. It won't work in large battles against overwhelming numbers. But it will work in smaller battles. Or if you have the numbers advantage sometimes. Alright. Gonna be while I'm distracted, sticking people with spears. There we go. Alright. And now, since their infantry will be charging here, and will be ready to help in the melee. Don't want our horse to get hurt after all. Heh, scared him off. And he ran right into what looked like an axe. Alright. Go ahead and get the cut in here. Cut down the noble. Make sure our horsemen don't get cut down too much. And keep it moving. What's left? Just a single horse. I hate to say it, but I think sometimes the AI actually has better commands than I do. But to be fair, that's because they can issue, you know, multiple commands at once. Alright. From doing this, you actually also get a ton of renown, by the way. Now, the other trick. When you're setting up for a siege. Take all captives. If you have them captive, that is one less army they can have against you. And that's also why I recommend always taking the upgrades for anything that makes it to where it's harder for people to escape. After a certain point, they will. But any amount of time you can delay them getting troops back is great. Let's take the crossbowmen for when we actually take the city. Because we will still have to defend from the standard rebels after we take the city too. Also, this is going to skyrocket our morale here. Let's take the good troops. We'll get rid of just a few recruits here. They've served their purpose of meat shields. At least decently enough. There we go. The nice thing, you'll get a lot of, at least half-decent armor from doing this. Alright. And another trick is... Let's see. How are we doing on... What's our weight at, comparatively? Alright, so we're gonna go... do this real quick. We're gonna go sell the stuff here. And... we're keeping the food. Because if you keep the food after you buy it, like, a ton of it up, you can use that to kind of fix the starvation problems. Alright. Go ahead and just sell all this stuff here. We'll buy just a few horses and mules. That'll help improve our speeds. I will go ahead and sell... We'll sell the lowland bow. And... we'll sell that. And I guess some of the grain here. We don't need that much grain. And that's mainly where our weight's coming from. Alright. Troops are good to go, right? Yep. Could upgrade these guys. don't want to upgrade these, the Varyags, right now. We will upgrade the tribesmen and the hardened brigands here. Okay, so they still have a lot of people there. The villagers there are fine. But we do want to chase them off from the city here. Alright. And let's just go ahead.
Stop there.
This is fine.
It
I'm
is
okay
better
with the
to know
events
each
that are
other's
unfolding
names.
currently.
It is fine, Hardy. In fact, we're about to take on a slightly bigger army. But real quick, first, let's just, who knows? We're just gonna hire all our troops here. That tipped it in our favors in attack. Hopefully not too many. May eat an arrow or two, though. Luckily, with my armor, I can at least live one. Oh. Thank you. Sorry.
Sergeants, take command!
1 second. Let me slightly... There we go. It must have gotten bumped. There we are. Better? It probably got bumped by one of the cats jumping up there and investigating.
Yes!
Alright, so we don't have much cavalry. It's just infantry, basically.
Oh my god! Wow!
Yeah, I know. Look, Jack likes rubbing on things a lot, and sometimes he, you know, rubs on the camera and messes with it a good bit. It happens. Did I just get hit by their horse? Whew. He is not doing great. Alright. There we go. Now. The other thing. Try and kind of distract the archers here. As much as possible. I forgot you may have noticed me flicking the camera. I forgot I had it on the movement. For that very reason. Alright. We will win this battle. It's going to be a little bit worse now that we dropped. Losses aren't too bad. Their losses were significantly worse. And I'll get back to where I can fight pretty soon here. We're not gonna take too many prisoners, but we'll take some. I definitely need to get some troops back, but that kind of crippled their major army. And actually got us probably a lot of reputation. Because that was a battle against a superior number. Yeah, that's good. We don't want to take all these because we'll actually be overburdened. Ooh. Okay. Some good stuff here. This is better horse armor. Don't want my horse dropping on me, so... This... will go to you. And let's see, anything else here? I don't know. It depends. Is there a need for the miniature ponies? I wish there was, though. I also wish we could make a short character. I would love to literally have a character who can just barely peek over the walls on the castle. Just like chucking rocks down. That too. Sadly, I can't dual wield great swords. But, you know, it's the unfortunate fact sometimes. Alright, we'll give them that. So who got the level up here? You! In riding. I can throw big stones during sieges. I wish I could throw... That is one ranged weapon I wish still existed, was just the normal stones to throw. Because in Mountain Blade Warband, you could literally just pick up rocks from looters and start chucking those, and they were actually one of the better throwing weapons. Because they did blunt damage. So they actually ignore armor. So later on, they would actually be some of the best things you could throw. They also move quite quickly. You still get a semblance of that when you have a bunch of looters, you know, but it's not quite the same. Alright. I'll recover here. Uh-huh. Good try, Brian. Sadly, you're late to the party. A few of the others have already gotten me with them. So I was a little bit more prepared there. You mean Bombard Explosion, right? Since that's, you know, the explosives back then. I never see people use the highlight message. I think you're the first one I've seen use it in a long time, Brian. Alright, let's sell all the subpar gear here. Or, you know, in the tanneries. Since the original way you tanned leather may have been with waste products. I mean, yeah, that's why I have it super cheap. It's a standard one. But, like, hey. Alright. We do have that fine steel lamellar. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, animal waste was the main way people would tan stuff back then. Thank you! Yeah, I was very happy with it, actually. Went to a new place because the original place I went to all the time apparently closed down in the meantime. between my yearly haircut. Yeah, well, you know, they weren't exactly picky about what they used, probably. I want to say it was animal waste that was used, as well as a few other things. Oh, trader doesn't have enough money. I mean, we'll just take some of this stuff here, and that should be fine. And the rest we'll just get in wood. I always need charcoal, after all. And can't forget the butter. And we'll take some grain. Alright. There we go. Let's go ahead and do two things here. One, let's go ahead and sell all of this. I like these bearskin pieces. They're kind of funny. They look nice. So, keep them around. Everything else here is fine. Let's go ahead and sell these barbed arrows, sell the heavy quills there. Sell a bit more of the grain. Still have a lot on hand. Alright. Also, if you ever need armor early on, one of the best pieces you can get is go to Britannia. Grab this right here. Relatively cheap. Kind of on the heavy side, but excellent armor. I don't remember this being a thing. Interesting. Looks like they've added new armor since I last played. Also, grabbing two of those. Alright. They're being sieged, of course. That's always the worry when you're trying to take some rebels. All your setup there will lead to another set of nobles doing so, but they may actually lose this. So in the meantime, while, you know, they're losing that siege there, let's head on over to Omar, maybe? Oh, Omar is being sieged. Well, so much for that idea. Alright, let's scrap a few of these so I can get the metals out of them. There is a tourney here. You know what? Let's join in it. I like doing the tourneys, even if I'm not always the best at them. Okay, Mace. Not anything special. Of course I get... Really? Of course I'd be given the arrows. Alright. Actually, wait. Never mind. I forgot. What was I put with here? The Fiend got the melee. Eh. Unfortunate. Had some rotten luck. Oh well. So let's see. Siege happening here, so Sturgey's at war with someone. What's this? We can't see it from over here. Let's go check and see real quick. To be fair, I also wasn't at full health, but I don't think that would have mattered here. Okay, so they are definitely losing people. Let's see. What's their composition? A lot of cavalry. And this is just mainly the garrison here. Do they have siege engines? They do. Okay, so they are likely to win that. Let's get some money in the meantime while we're waiting out that siege. You know, I can hire another companion.
Aye. So who are you?
You should be an engineer, right? Yes. Do I have need of an engineer? Right now, I do. And it's good to have an engineer because later on they make decent governors. Yeah, we want to get the metallurgy there. Alright. Let's go ahead and hire him here. Gotta have someone to, you know, build our siege engines. Can't be doing all of it myself here. That'll also make sieges go a little bit quicker. Because we'll get the siege engines up before the enemy. And hopefully that'll mean we have, like, supremacy there on that front. Yeah, this right here, the prosperity one, is a massive thing. Getting that is so important. Let's see, when do you get the fire weapons? Here. Okay, so we need to get them up to Siege Engineer. The fire weapons are amazing. Go ahead and wait out a bit of time. Just do a small amount of smelting here. Alright. We're almost to the very expensive stuff, which is nice. Go ahead and scrap all those iron spadas. Get the steel from that. And what's being requested? Nothing we need. Let me go see. So we do have access to these now. As soon as I get the tier 5, we're good to go. We'll be able to craft swords worth like 30k plus. It gets a little ridiculous. And we'll get the materials just from fighting nobles. So it's a win-win. Let's grab just a few more saddle horses. Enough that our infantry can actually ride here. That'll improve our movement speed in the world. Let's see. Double check. I should be grabbing, now that we have some massive amounts of money, we're gonna grab the cheese, the butter. We'll get fish, just a little bit here. Get just a little bit of meat. All the grapes, because grapes are kind of hard to get. Some beer. Some olives. And we'll sell just a small amount of grain. There we go. Do that for leveling up stewardship. And getting the morale bonuses. Alright, so how's the siege going? How have you guys basically lost nothing? What is... I have no clue what's going on there. Alright. Well, they're probably going to win that then. So we're going to go set up for Omar. Also, I have no clue what that notification was that popped up. Let me look through here. Yeah, we will not be pledging to anyone. Oh, that's the offer of freedom here. Keep a hold of them. We may be able to trade them for a few favors. We're at 100 people. That is our limit. I'm gonna upgrade that. Let's see, what's over... We don't have the herd penalty, right? No, good. Okay. We're moving quite quickly, all things considered here. Of course, Omar's back under siege, right as I head here. What's... Okay, they've got that. They're anywhere... I'm about to just declare war on Sturgia here. What's Balgard here? What's it got? Oh. But of course. They're still hanging on, but that's about to finish. Real quick. I don't have quite the cash actually probably to make the offer I was thinking about here. Get stewardship. Let's see. Let's take Giving Hands. That'll allow me to quickly level up the troops. Yeah, they're gonna lose that. You know what? Who is the faction we're supposed to be going to war with? Let me check the previous poll here. Let's see. I believe it was Britannia and then the Empire, right? Maybe we just start raiding. Raiding Britannia as a whole. Just be a nuisance over here. Do it enough? May just be able to do something. Alright, yeah, they just took the city. Ooh, actually, the Empire was the other one. If they leave this spot alone with 2 little guards, I'm attacking it. Alright, Rebel Clan destroyed. That get rid of them here? It did. And yeah, if you capture all rebels, they get taken out. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we want to upgrade that. Alright, you know what? It's gonna be a big garrison, but not so big. Okay, he made it in. I may have been considering capturing and executing a king. For reasons. You know, just a few reasons. We're still there. No rebellions. This empire is actually very weak. Hold on. And they are, I believe, at war. So if we take this, that's a huge loss for them. Real quick. Yeah, I can't catch up that caravan. There is a lot of them, though. Let's do the dragon banner real quick. Well, we've got 2 kings here. Also, it feels like they know what I'm trying.
That's close enough. Who are you?
Alright, there we go. If we were to deliver demands here, they have no ranged. What do you guys think? His crown's looking mighty nice, right? Think it would look nicer on our heads? I think it would. Alright. You know what? This will be the final battle of delegating commands, obviously. I hope our scholar doesn't die. I forgot to give him armor. He should be fine.
Take charge!
There we go. You guys take charge here. I'm thinking, this kingdom's about to have one less king. If he doesn't die in battle, of course. Try and throw a javelin there. I didn't think it would hit anything here. We're gonna lead their... Ow. Their cavalry away, hopefully? And kind of harass the cavalry a little bit. Go ahead and get him to look at us here. I see the king himself. And their Battanian Oathsworn there decided he wasn't having it. I took an arrow to the face. So they have cataphracts. What is... That's one of our companions. I don't know what they're doing there. Alright. Enemy are charging. Which is good because we can finally see our ranged units do some work here. As they charge in. There we go. On the approach, they take a few losses. Let's just speed this up here. And hopefully the king himself went down, so this wasn't for nothing. And I think he did. He did. Well, I may have made an enemy of the Empire. Is that his cry when he realizes what our plans for him are, Hardy? He's just giving him a voice here. Alright, let's go ahead and train up a few more. Well, even if you're giving him a voice, it's not gonna matter too much for him. He can have a voice all he wants. His fate is set in stone. No, I'm not sure. What do we want to get rid of here? We'll get rid of... We need to get rid of something so he doesn't immediately escape. We'll do the blaze here. And we'll also do this guy. There we go. Alright. We stole his horse. Ooh. Get a nice sword for us. More nice boots. Hey, Shadow. Just in time. I'm about to leave it to you guys here for something real quick. On the fate of a certain king we currently got. We have him captured. Awesome. One second. Let's just do this. So what do you think of it? Depends on the subject, but sure. There you guys go. What do you guys think? Does the Empire we just, or the Emperor we just captured, keep his head here? Or is he, gonna get a bit of an extra haircut? Hey, they just want you to fight him normally, alright? Or I guess they wanted to make it special. Since I guess it's not normal if you can summon on everything else. Let's take this. Alright. We'll end that vote early. I didn't mean to leave it up for 10 minutes. I just didn't adjust it here. Please. Please get rid of the penalty here. They are not happy with me. True. That is. Okay, I think we're faster. They really want their king back. But we're not gonna let them have him. He's our capture by right. So let's see. Got a bit more time before his fate's decided. That may actually be the intention. Like, they really wanted you to learn the final boss. Which, I mean, I'm fine with personally, but obviously, each person will have a different opinion there. We are actually overburdened. True. But when it interferes with other game mechanics, you know, they've got to have a cutoff point at the same time. Give you the cavalry mail. All these low-tier weapons, let's go ahead and... I mean, fair. Personally, I try not to summon unless it's, like, quest-related. When it comes to, like, NPC summons and that. So, I won't say I'm not biased against it, necessarily. We'll give that to the troops. Let's toss some of the grain here so we're not over-encumbered. There we go. Bit more speed to work with as we ride off. I may have also done the declaring war, by the way. Because I may target them. Since they're about to be wiped out here. I wonder if I should hire the Silent Tier. Alright, let's sell some of the scraps. We'll keep the fine boots. We want to look our best after all once we're king. Let's sell this. Alright. Also, let's outfit some people here. So you've got rusty mail. Let's replace that. There we go. Let's go ahead and give you some proper armor. So you're not dropping on me at the first notice in combat here. Actually, we want... Yeah, I guess that's fine. We do have a better helmet here. Do we have a shield to give him? We probably do. What is this reinforced iron-rimmed kite shield? And I think we're good there. We'll give him a spear, if anything. For spear bracing. He'll be good to go. Yeah, I can definitely see that being an issue, I guess, if people are used to it. That is a fair point you brought up there. Alright, let's also... You've got the next best armor, so let's give you this. Your legs are looking a little lacking here. We'll give this to you. Because that is definitely a very fair point about, like, that could really mess with people. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Not that it's technically a wrong statement, but it definitely doesn't help things. Let's do the enhanced melee damage for you. Let's give you the standard of courage. And I think that's good. Let's just offload this stuff. Everyone should have decent armor. Any armor upgrades for myself I could do while we're here? Not really. And I could try and get that, but that's very expensive. I'd be here for a while, just smithing. But yeah, I do kind of agree, like, it is an odd thing to not have it, period. I guess it could have also just been an oversight, to be honest. Sometimes you have that where, like, you know, they don't think about, oh, hey, at this final boss here, we forgot a summon. Or it could just be they had trouble figuring out what to put there that would make sense, like, story-wise. So it really depends. Let's go ahead and level him up. That is a lot of hostile people here. Alright, let me real quick get up and use the restroom and then we call the vote. Oh, I didn't actually realize it had already been that long. Man. Alright, so I will be right back. Alright. It is 50-50. Well, I did say I wanted him to lose his head. So my vote going in there makes it the tiebreaker. Chop it off. Alright. Well, down with the tyrant. Now, how bad is this actually going to be? Not too bad, actually. Down with a tyrant king here. Yeah, the focus on parrying, the best way I'd put it, that just makes it similar to Sekiro. In the fact that it really incentivizes you actually learning how to properly do your defenses. What was that? Was it to dodge instead of parrying? At least when you can. I know you can't dodge everything. I mean, that works, I guess. Honestly, if that's an ignorable system, that... Sure, it's good for, like, people who can't get used to it. I mean... Maybe. I don't know. But, that's good in some ways, but it's also a bit of a letdown in others, because that means, well, sure, you get something out of it. Hell, I guess that's good, because you get more out of it, but it doesn't lock people out. So I guess that's actually a good setup there. It's not great because you're able to ignore the mechanic, but it's better than stopping people from completely beating the game. If it's just like they can't quite get a hang of it. Yeah. And what I will say, probably once you learn it, you'll realize it's not... It's more of realizing what they expect from their timings. That's actually where a lot of parry mechanics end up being. They're actually not hard in many cases. A good look at that. Dark Souls 2 technically has the tightest parry window. But the other thing you can learn, setup parries. And yeah, if you don't like the mechanic, that's fair. If it takes away from the enjoyment, that... I mean, it does that. Yeah, if you don't enjoy it, that's different. At least in my opinion. Still, you know, obviously the game's meant to play around it, but at the same time, eh. It's personal preference for... And it's a single-player game. To each their own. That's the way I look at it. Alright. Let's try and make the best sword we can here. Yeah, exactly. The main thing is to enjoy the game. That's going to cost steel, so we don't want to do that. Or I should say fine steel. Let's make a nice crown guard here. And there we go. Yeah, I mean, everyone's allowed to, beat the game at their own pace, in their own way. It's not like it's a major thing. Personally, I like learning the new mechanics for stuff. Normally. Every now and then I'll just be like, I can't. It's just not clicking. But I try to at least learn the new mechanics that are added. For better or worse. Alright. We'll grab 3-star falchions. We'll grab them all. Those are good for scrapping. It'll allow me to get one-handed swords later. The execution has been saved. I'm at 69 health. That's a good amount of health to be fighting a tournament, right? Especially over just a horse. Which... That's a game I'm actually curious if people have heard about. Who has heard about the fact there's going to be a Mortal Shell 2? Yeah, it's... And I will say, Hardy is correct. You can actually ignore that mechanic. The movesets are actually designed to where you can dodge through everything, but it's just... The timing is very tight. Quit shooting me with arrows. Quit it. I don't have a shield to block the arrows. Alright. Ow. Well. That's unfortunate. Did decent there. Yeah, it does make it way easier. And that's... Exactly. I find it's better to at least try the new mechanics, even if you don't think you'll enjoy them, because... for me at least, I've had a lot of instances to where I actually really end up liking it after I've learned it properly. Berserker is always the better pick here. I feel like I'm gonna be at lower health than higher in most cases. So... I mean, that may be true, but it doesn't mean the mechanic's the same among them all. For instance, like, in Dark Souls 1, it is super easy, to the point where it's like a joke if you learn even remotely with parrying. Your medium shields feel like the best parry in Elden Ring, for instance. With much slower attacks and such. It really depends on the game. Some do it real well, where not only do parries feel real rewarding, but they do feel very different. Some just follow standard. That's actually a good way of putting it. just because something is common doesn't mean it's not, you know, a good mechanic either. I mean, it's mainly more for the best way to put it. It's for skill expression. That's the term that's normally used for that kind of thing, where it allows you to engage with the game more, in a more proactive way. Actually, a good example of a game that did parries very differently. Look at, actually, Bloodborne's parries. And how differently it, like, not only changes up the game, but, how different it works. I mean, fair enough, to be fair. I know a lot of people have it because it's PlayStation exclusive. But, it's... in Bloodborne, it's all about interrupting rather than the actual normal kind of thing where you're reacting to the attack. Why is it? Something's going weird there. Yeah, trust me. I would also play Bloodborne if it wasn't for that. I really, really like the aesthetic. But kind of hard to justify, you know, getting a whole console just for that. Since that's really the only thing I would be interested in. I mean, I have more of a reason now, I guess, because A, no people over there. That was the other reason. But also, may get recommended games from it. I don't have the direct hatred for any of the major console companies, really. Personally. I know some people have their preferences with it, but I see it as pointless. To each their own is the way I look at it. Alright. Let's just go ahead. I don't have any of the good steel, so let's just... I'm just doing this real quick to get a bit of extra money before we head out, because I might not be able to make it to a town for a while. So let's do this. What is the best handle here? Yeah, this one looks nice. We'll just make it look nice. Let's do a standard guard. Want it about right there. And I like the rounded guard. To be fair, that's the one I'm best with too. Jack? 1 second. Like I said, everyone has their own preferences with it. What is... You know what? I may actually use this. Yeah, you know what? We'll use this. I like how that one looks, and that one turned out well. There we go. I'll sell my own sword in return. We'll just deconstruct that sword because it turned out rusty. And that should be good. I'm just gonna wait here for a moment. Let, oh, hold on. How fast are you? The same speed as us. But only during the day. Wait, that... Yeah, okay. That was in the forest. Yeah. That's a fair point. I can understand, like, you know, with the practices like that, not agreeing with it or liking it. I didn't much care for that either, to be fair. Just gonna sit outside. Well then. If they're just gonna sit outside here. Hey, how you doing? You wanted to chase me all around, right? Well, how does it feel now, Mr. Noble? Oh, don't you dare. Good. I ain't true.
Now then, come no closer. Forgive me, but one cannot be too cautious. I would ask...
Oh.
I'm in command.
Alright. They mainly have archers. So let's do this.
At them!
We'll charge there.
Arrows!
Engage
Face
here. Speaking of Nintendo, like, with that, it's kind of funny. They went through that whole effort with the, like, situation with Palworld and everything. Just for the devs to release another Pokemon-style game in response. It's like, nice job. Ow, that's gonna suck. Good thing my shield caught some arrows. Alright. I need to remember I can actually designate who gets charged at, by the way.
Warriors! At them!
Cavalry charged the archers here. Yeah. Which is... I'm hoping they get more backlash about that, because that is such a awful practice, in my opinion. I mean, that's sadly becoming the standard for, or at least they're trying to make that the standard in general. I mean, it's a mix of a handheld and a classic console. That I actually don't mind. There we go. But yeah, it is. A lot of companies are, though. But honestly, this conversation's getting just a bit on the negative side, all things considered. Let's shelve it. Just because it's like one of those where it's just a very loaded one as a whole, I feel like. I don't mind it necessarily, but I just don't feel it's one of those that is constructive or all that fun, personally. Not saying it's a bad one. I mean, yeah, the standard infantry just blocking away. I wish I could have swapped to two-handed there without getting pelted with arrows. I should have done feints. I need to remember feints are a thing. There we go. But yeah, that one random archer with a mace there just pairing, or like blocking the world with it. Like, can you give me a break with that? But I know it's because the weapon, it was a two-handed weapon being used in one hand. So it just makes it slightly on the slower side. And that's where the issue comes in with having too slow of a weapon. Alright. Well, want any recommendations? I've played a ton of games. I can recommend a few things depending on what you're looking for. Some of the stuff actually being on Game Pass, if you haven't played it before. If you're wanting a more... Well, it depends. What kind of game are you feeling like right now? If you want more action-based and you like Horde-style games, and you have Game Pass, Dark Tide's always an option, in my opinion. If you want something a bit more single-player oriented, I want to say one of the ones on there... Let me try and think of what's all on there, actually. You have Lords of the Fallen, if you haven't played that. It's not like, at least to me, blow your socks off amazing, but it's fun. And I haven't played it since the improvements. I played it early on. Also say that, so like it doesn't give the wrong ideas. Those are like the more action-oriented ones. There's also Ninja Gaiden. If you haven't played that series. It is a lot of fun to play. It can be on the harder side, but it's a lot of fun. This will actually help us with, getting back into combat. Actually, the whole Ninja Gaiden series, not only is it about to get a sequel, it is actually all on Game Pass right now. I would definitely give it a try. Like I said, they are a little bit on the difficult side when it comes to, like, what it expects of you, at least on the higher difficulties. I need to offload some of these guys here. We'll offload the melee troops that aren't like the top tier stuff. Just because, you know, we don't need them necessarily. Let's offload the cavalry here. I can get those guys quickly. Actually, funny enough, I'll probably be playing Ninja Gaiden 2 during the 24-hour stream if you want to see a bit of it. They're not super long games, but like I said, all of them are on Game Pass, so they can be fun to give a try. And we'll get rid of these guys. Get rid of the crossbowmen. They're okay, but we don't need them. And there we go. We got exactly enough prisoners. Alright. Need to move this way quickly. Good. They left me alone as soon as some of my troops started recovering. I definitely want more of... Why do we lose the... Why do we lose Honest? I've been honest about my intentions with these, like, armies here. We were honest about the fact we wanted to take them over. So how dare they call us dishonest, or, like, not honest here. We even met them, you know, directly. And gave our demands. Alright. Let's offload some of these prisoners, though. Choose who to be ransomed. We won't ransom the nobles. But we'll ransom, like, some of the cavalry here. They're expensive. Let's ransom you, ransom you. We'll keep these guys. These guys are amazing. And we'll ransom the rest here. We're probably about to get you. There we go. And let's see. Go ahead and offload the sheep and cows so they don't slow us down. That's something to know, by the way. If you're in a tight situation, do not loot cattle or sheep. They do incur speed penalty, which is how you can get caught. Same with having too many horses. I actually need to check that when we get out of here to make sure I'm not over that limit. Let's get a few more axes here to scrap. So I can get a nice axe made. That is a game that will get a lot of time out of you. Also, actually, Shadow, if you were interested in, you know, the 4X style games, or strategy games, I believe Stellaris is on Game Pass. No DLCs, of course. But even the base game's fun. That's also one I would recommend looking into if you've never played it. Just to give a try. Alright. You go ahead and take this rounded kettle helm. Hey, you know what? Do we have any upgrades we can give him out of what we've already looted? We'll give him the hunting bow. Let's also give him a larger bag of arrows. And probably a bit better shield here. His is a bit small. Alright, you. Your bow is just better. Okay. And we have 2 large bag. Or we have a large bag and a legendary bag. Okay. So we'll leave that. This can be used on a horseback, right? Yes, it's a step one. So let's actually give you a palmation. Let's give you a saddle here. There we go. Your helmet's good. And let's just give you some bent javelins. Or no, some fishing harpoons. There you go. Alright. Good enough. Wait here for some time just to get healed up here. Alright, we got a noble right here. Who is in need of capture. Let's see. He only has barely any cavalry. Ooh. But he had someone trying to help him. And yeah, let me check that real quick about the troops here. Okay. So we're not taking the penalties from having too many horses. Do we outspeed him enough? No. So we'll move back here. We're trying to get them to split up here. So I can take out at least one more group. We actually... Okay, good. Not so good.
Halt there. Right. So we can...
Let's just... We'll pay for safe passage here. Why do you want so much stuff? Whatever. Most of it's not important. Let's just give that. I need that for pay here. We'll give you about that much. Take an axe. Take some more axes. Take some swords. Take a hunting bow. I'm probably gonna have to give him a good amount of money still. You like the horses? Well, I have 5 of them. Alright. In the last little bit, we'll do some more money. That'll be good. Just want enough I can make it to a town to get the money back. We'll get this from them later. I didn't think they'd be able to ride out in time. But, well, they proved me wrong. Alright. Let's head down to Varchig here. Think we are faster. Yeah, we are. At least at nights. Okay. Let's go ahead. Just scrap these real quick. May have been a bit hasty on declaring war, but hey. Keeps things entertaining and interesting here. Because I'm constantly having to look out for whatever faction is in the
I'm
area.
being told that it's a skill issue, just don't die.
I mean, yes, and that's part of the problem is trying to avoid that, Hardy. It can be a little difficult sometimes when, you know, you have to constantly bob and weave through the enemy. Alright. Let's get a nice, tasty big falchion here. We'll even embellish it a little. They'll like that. Some noble will buy this up by the dozen. And there we go. We give a nice steel guard here. As long as I can make some that aren't rusty. There we go, like that one. Let's go ahead. Not my best works, actually. We'll have to refine our designs here. Wait, who are they at war with? Hold on. Is that a rebel faction? It looks like it. Okay, there's no rebel city, that's just leftovers. They've just been sitting around. Fair enough. Alright. Let's go ahead and modify this just slightly. Probably want a bit more speed here. It's a balance of speed and power. Actually, that's a pretty good balance, all things considered. I might actually use one of these. Swing speed of 90 is actually pretty good for a two-handed. Let's compare it. It can't stab, of course. That is one downside. Okay. So, it's a little bit longer, a little bit slower. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright, we get our money back. Oh, I'd like to upgrade my helmet. I like the look of this one. Let's see what I can grab that I can scrap here. Grab more of these. Alright. Let's get a bit of extra money so I don't have that happen again. Where I'm having to kind of scrape by. These are nice and cheap to make anyways. And I actually just made a better one. Don't mind if I do. That's probably just going to be straight up better in every way. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now that he's, you know, distracted here.
It's been a while.
A realm should make peace. Alright. So they're mercenaries, so we actually don't care about them. They're probably not going to be that big of an issue later anyways. That 142 group is the main one I'm concerned about. That's enough numbers. It's a little bit iffy to be attacking. Another balance. Good. We're getting to the point where we're crafting those consistently. I'm trying, alright. Oh, they don't have enough money. We're good on food. Wouldn't have enough. Okay. Well. We'll just take one of our swords and go. Alright. Actually, real quick. Just to see. Ooh. A named sword. Interesting. And we're against a spearman. With axe and shield. No. He's a little bit better with the shields than I am. Oh, I need to level up two-handed. Oh well. But our brother clutched it up for us. Nice. So we still get it. Okay. Still have a few hostile factions, but we can actually sneak out right here. Oh. You gonna make a mistake here? I think the caravan may have made a mistake. And I think they may corner themselves here. You know, just make their merchants a little bit less happy with them. That'll go over well. And at the same time, go ahead and improve our troops a little more. Alright. There we go. Hand over your goods and die. I can't attack. Really? I guess I can't attack any of the faction. Because of paying for it. How long is that for? Thought that would have worn out by now. Well. No. Crown Prince wait. Is that the Emperor of the faction we're at war with? Is that the newly crowned heir of the throne? Alright, Nazan. I want you to get better with... probably riding here. And athletics. And at the same time... Oh. Did I not confirm it? No, I did. Oh. Actual point here. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. And what do you need guidance in? Why? Let's make you a bit better at trading. You're a noble's ward. And you helped guide a caravan. No. Let's have you learn about... I guess guiding a caravan works. Scouting may be important. Alright. What do we have now? You. Okay. Do that. Let's go ahead and trade our sword here. I'm not actually going to be doing anything else here. Other than maybe looking at... what? Those are too expensive to be worth it. I wish that was just slightly better. Alright. Nothing of interest that I can afford. So they're still fleeing, but we probably can't attack them still for a little bit. Let's just get rid of that. Alright. What are the fences looking like here? And actually, it looks like Britannia is at war with the Empire. That we are. So we may be able to, you know... No, they're at war with Sturgia. This is just some old conquests. Alright. Ooh. Come on over here. We would like to meet you. Alright, the noble escaped.
That's close enough. Who are you?
You know where war yield. Yield, let's say. Alright. Oh, I have need of a new captive here.
Hear me.
Alright. Swap to a newly forged war cleaver.
Sergeants in charge.
We'll delegate command for a moment while I get situated here.
Hear me.
Alright.
Get moving.
Archers.
Troops. Move.
Get up on the ridge here. This is actually perfect high ground.
Move.
We always win if we have the high ground, right? That's how that's supposed to work. Let's do a scheme formation. That'll help better, put them up here. As for infantry,
Make
it would do a shield wall.
Forward!
Like right here, maybe? Okay. I see a slight issue. The enemy may have the same plan. We have no way of forcing that to. Well...
Halt!
What if we were to say...
Leave no one breathing!
Send all our cavalry at their one. That may actually... Their cavalry is actually going to be their leader. If we wipe him out... Oh, no, there's their leader. If we can wipe them out, their troops will actually break formation. If we can do that, that'll work perfectly. So let's see if we can maybe snipe their leader here. He's retreated right to the back, of course. Alright. Get kind of just a visual on him here. Okay. Go ahead and get a few hits in. Maybe that'll annoy them enough. Let's see. He hasn't fallen yet. Where has he moved to? There he is. You know what? Because he's out of formation? Oh, come on. Follow me. No. Follow me. You know you wanna. You definitely wanna. Actually, you know what? Knock him off his high horse. He gets the mallet. He's in heavy armor after all anyways. I need to reforge this mallet. Okay, that's our cavalry. Cavalry is going to go back here now. Actually, wait. Didn't quite land that. It can be hard. Sometimes hard to like adjust for the riding speed and that. See if we can knock him off his horse. Ooh, may have actually nearly downed his horse. Okay, you know what?
Soldiers, hear me!
Start advancing.
Troops,
Both of you.
advance!
We'll see if that gets them to break formation at least a little bit here. He definitely is. Oh. Don't want to get shot off with a horse. We are distracting the archers at least. The armor and the mount's holding. He's gonna ride back into formation. I'm trying to not have too many losses here on our side. I know we lost some cavalry. That's a fine sacrifice. And our archers are just gonna tear them to pieces now. While we keep trying to take out the noble. Hey, you know what? This'll work better. We'll get a better swing in. Go ahead and cut him down. There we go. Another one cut down. As long as we take the noble captive, we don't have to worry about them reforming either. So we can go non-lethal if we want. Ow. One moment. Give me that. I've got your banner now. They get nothing. Go ahead and cut down some of them as they flee. Just for, you know, the extra practice. Alright. I should be able to use any horse, so I don't need to care about the riding speed so much. We're leveling one-handed by using this here.
Attack!
Don't let them flee. If there are any left to flee. Okay, there's not. Alright. Not horrible losses. Not great by any means, but it was mainly volunteers. Alright. No, we don't want all that. That'll slow us down too much. And, like, some of these troops are not worth grabbing. Some of them will be recruited quickly. The issue is, that'll hit our morale, which also slows us down. Though we should have good morale here for a while. Let's recruit whatever we can out of the good ones we have already. Ooh. That's good. That'll be good for one of our companions, or if I ever take up a bow. That'll be a lot of arrows. Go ahead and take it all. Oh, this is possibly gonna suck. Alright. Stay your hand. You're not gonna let me go. Alright. $15 will be lost. That's a good sacrifice. Let's go get some Sturgians. We need our numbers back. Especially if it was low-tier troops, that's not a huge loss at all. We did have a lot of low-tier troops still. Let's see. We still have most of our Battanian Fiends. Those are all our new recruits. I think it was mainly Nice. Okay, it was some of the lesser troops. They're going to wait outside for just a moment. Anything in Tavern District worth grabbing? Not really. Alright, we can't attack them for a little bit, that's fine. That just lets us build up. May attack these rebels right here. Real quick. We have no reason not to. As long as they don't lead us into people we don't want to be seeing. Of course.
Stop there, stranger.
Hey, I have a proposal for you. Not really. I'm here to deliver demands. Yield a fight. These guys are rebels, no one likes them.
I'm in command.
And it gives me an opportunity to get some stuff here. Alright. I need to make some new javelins again. That just went right over someone's head. Ooh. Maybe some that fly a little faster, actually. May make it a little easier. They had a random looter in their group. Okay. Alright. Our horse is fine.
On my flank.
Actually, let's just have you guys engage. Alright. That was way too late here. Go ahead and ride in. Try and catch this. Why'd you just... Whatever. There. He's got no more horse. No more running for him. Let's go take out the archers. Well, there's the rebel. That's the leader down. Alright. Dodge as many arrows as possible. There we go. And bonk. Okay. You're now my prisoner. Let's take these good troops here and let the rest go along their way. We'll take the looter. They can fill a spot. We'll take the hunter, actually. I think any more will be too much of a detriment here. Let's get plenty of javelins. Ooh. A few niceties. Basically no losses too, which is awesome. Here we go. Back up to our limits here. Ooh. I am just about maxed out on stewardship, which this right here is going to save us money. This right here is not very effective for me, honestly. This one is the one I'm going to do, Aid Corps. That'll save us money in the long run, and then later when we get Gourmet here, that'll be when we really start getting levels. Still a bit of ways from a level up. I need more bandits so we can level up roguery more. Because the one I want to get that'll make it to where I can really get some insane numbers going would be... Where is it? This one right here, Partners in Crime. And now, while they're, they were also keen to chase me before.
It's been a while.
Is that another crowned helmet I see? You know we're at war. You heard me. Okay. We could probably send the troops here. But it's not the same.
Listen up.
Alright. Let's go ahead and move the foot troops here up.
Move. Forward.
Right about here. In a shield
Raise
wall.
your sails. Move.
And at the same time,
Get moving.
let's move the archers into skiing formation up here.
Move. Soldiers.
And let's see. Let's get the cavalry. They don't have any range character, or ranged.
Troops.
So actually,
Forward.
first off, we actually need a little bit
Holy
looser
Lord.
formation here to
Move out.
cover enough ground here.
Move. Move out. Forward.
Right there.
Hear me. Move.
And you guys will move up here. We'll slowly advance. Alright. See if we can cut down one of these guys here. Not quite. Our range will start doing some work.
Cut them down!
Focus on... Actually, focus on those guys. They'll hit some others as well. There we go. That'll make him easy pickings. And let's just, you know, chuck a few javelins in. There we go. Looks like it's going about as expected, for the most part. Alright. And let's just wrap this up.
At them!
Go ahead and charge him. Okay. It's just him getting away here. Do we get their commander? 'Tis the real question. Almost. Oh, oh. The fact he's actually sitting around fighting here.
Soldiers! Attack!
There we go. Okay. Lost some fiends, which is not great. Those guys are the nice ones to have. Let's just grab these guys here. I need to replace those fiends. And we'll take some sturgeons. And some wood runner. Not the wood runners. There'll be a bit too much here. Plus, I recruit a lot of them anyways. Ooh. My horse is now very protected. My horse is now safer than I am, probably. Not bad. Go ahead and take all this stuff. Oh boy, some legendary leather shoes. Whatever shall I do? Alright. And just grab the last of the stuff here. Keep our supplies up. That's the nice thing about fighting all these nobles. Probably don't have to buy much supplies anymore. Oh, hopefully we're weakening them enough that we can kind of push for something here soon. I As well as we are raising our own troops up here. Let's take deadly aim there. At the same time, let's also give him... Oh, hold on. I never... One moment. Let's just go ahead. Get this set up here. And you need a bit of stewardship too. This is our someone who's going to be a trader later. So they're going to need like the points in writing and the stuff like that. There. And also, I just thought about it. We probably should go ahead. Yep. Put 9 there just to help that out. And the rest goes here. That'll be good. Okay. You don't have anything to give. Alright, that's good. Not a bad battle. Actually, very much went in our favor. Especially since I got some cataphract armor. Real quick. I should actually... I just thought about it. I should upgrade his horse's armor. And upgrade his horse here. Because... that will allow him to stay alive a little longer. We'll just upgrade all the companions here to having horses. Well, except for him because don't think I have any more saddles. So he just has to stay on foot. Wait for just a little bit to let our troops recover. Any rebellions happening? Of course not. How is it looking over here? Okay, it's not the Empire we're worried about. Toss just a few of these guys. There we go. We're getting some major battles in now. We actually have the troops that we can fight off, like some of the larger groups. I've almost got enough troops. I could go ahead and start probably sieging castles here. Okay, the Battanians are actually against them. That kind of works in my favor. At least it seemed like the Battanians were against them. We've got an army after us. Well, one army for little old me? Kind of a poor choice on their part. Because it bought the other army a little bit more time. Let's just move here. If I can take this city, I'm going to. Actually, you know what? I just thought of something I could do. If we say... send out our brother to create a new party. This will be expensive. We'll give you just a bit of woodsman. Alright. Defensive. Should stop him from attacking stuff so much. That'll have him go hire people. And that will get us the extra people we need. Hopefully. That'll allow us to double up on recruits here. Gonna really drag money down, but if that allows us to take this, that'll be good. The loyalty's low here. If I could even just, you know, prevent them from getting any food. They aren't fond of that idea. They are not fond of that idea at all. Okay, well. Then... let's see. Oh, I just thought of something I could do. Let's go here. We're going to take a mission for poachers if we see one. That will give me access to a bunch of archer bandits. Because I need to get roguery up anyways. That gives me a huge amount of surplus groups or like surplus bandits.
I don't think I know you.
Yeah, we won't do this. Only because I don't want to have to be distracted with, you know, escorting the caravan here. So they're going to be sieging that town soon. That might take a lot of the aggro here. They need tools, that's fine. I'm kind of looking for bandit hideouts too. Special weapon order. Alright, you know what? I don't want to raid their settlements, by the way, because that will lower the prosperity, making this not as worth taking over. Or at least not... I don't want to do the food store ones that are valuable. Maybe we do this. We attack this town. It's gonna suck in some ways, but for later.
Get them!
But we go to capture or like raid this. That will weaken the town a little bit. And maybe pull a noble, like just a single noble in. that I can target here. You know what? Really? There we go. Didn't want to get blocked there, so I kept, like, basically whipping it. Aw. Let's see. Oh, well. They got it anyways. We'll just chuck that over there. Let's also train up our troops a little. That's the other benefit of doing this. We don't want any of those. None of them even level up, so they're just dead weight. Take the horses, leave all that. Give that to the troops. Oh. I see that army. What is going on here? Hold on. Why is there a troop of 53 mountain bandits just roaming around?
You best bag off.
What is this small army doing? How close am I to leveling this up? Yeah, we're definitely going to want this. Alright, good enough.
On my command.
Alright, lead the charge. They're going to just close in, so we may as well not order anyone to move up. We don't want them moving in range of the javelins that they'll be throwing. There we go. Ow. See, I can at least tank one javelin to, like, the side or something. Definitely not the face still, but hey. I'll take what I can get. Alright. Now I actually want to capture these guys, so let's use the mallet. There we go. Also, ow. Screw whoever threw that javelin in my side. That second one, I should say. Literally hit me, like, right in the hip, actually. That would be awful. Alright. We get all those bandits. Bandits are just free troops. Let's see. That'll put me over. Just toss a sturgeon recruit. There we go. Okay. Let's just grab... Okay, what do I need to level up? Well, for one... Definitely need to grab this. You get better riding. Take Sagittarius there. That'll give us a horse-mounted general. that can actually hit things very easily. Alright. So he's off in Valandia over there, just recruiting crossbowmen, probably. That's fine. They really only have the 4 cities, which is good for us. He's got a lot of... He's near max, okay. As soon as he's maxed out, we're gonna have him follow us. And hopefully, he'll be able to keep up. I'm just kind of keeping an eye. Actually, we should... Yeah, they escaped, whatever. We delayed them long enough. We should go ahead and buy all the villages' grain. And all their butter. That way they have nothing to sell. And then what we do is we toss some of the grain. That'll prevent them from resupplying the town. And then let's take hostile action and see if we can get a raid off.
I'm in command.
Alright. Oh. Well. Kinda just want to leave our archers, like,
Troops, get
right
moving.
here.
Infantry!
Let's just
Square
make a
up!
square
Move! Move out! Move!
and put them... Yeah, they can't quite fit on that bridge. Hey, you know what? They can charge up.
Get through!
That'll make them cover the bridge more. Alright. Keep having the rocks chucked at me here. There we go. Right to the noggin. Go ahead and cut them all down. There we go. Like always, skip this. Take the horses, leave the rest. No. We'll just ignore that for now. That is a large army moving up. I'm pretty... Why are you guys... Hold on. This is only a garrison. Interesting. Also, who rebelled here? All the way up there? Good. Well. Well, they're busy doing whatever they're doing right here. What if we are to say, you know...
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
You're not entirely wrong, Artie, about that. You're not wrong at all there. Let me just, That army is a little bit too close to try this. They would immediately start coming over here. Well, while we're busy, you know, driving them insane over there, at the same time, let's go get to the rebels here. Sure. We'll take the pay, we need it. Let's go visit the other Empire states while they're, you know... Actually, hold on. I see an opportunity. They were fighting a losing battle originally,
Hear me!
but a chance to eliminate an army. Alright, where are they at? Hey, Zer! Oh, come on in. How you doing today? Catching us right as I'm trying to, you know, get us set up here for my own kingdom. Slowly but surely, like, weakening,
Move out!
an empire. Sure, what's up?
Soldiers! Move!
You may lose some, it's not all of it, though. And that's actually good to do.
Soldiers!
The higher your, relation is with the faction, yeah, the higher your relation is, the less they'll want to raid you in your vassals. So that's actually a good strategy. I'm being a bit aggressive about starting mine, so I may have executed the king of the empire we're at war with here. I do not recommend it. But I saw a perfect opportunity to, you know, get rid of a key player. So why not? You know? No, I'm fighting for myself. We just happen to be in the Britannia's area right now, trying to take one of the towns that was taken from them by the Empire. Because it'll be somewhat weakened. We've actually got it down to just the garrison right now. We're just clearing out some of the stuff nearby. We're currently actually assisting a Britannian army, I believe, that was getting overwhelmed. That did nearly eliminate this army. Go ahead and cut a few of these guys down. Make it easier on our troops, since it seems like the cavalry is the main issue. That's also another good point. I always forget about that because, well, I'm used to not relying on the nobles. And actually, they can be a headache to deal with in some cases. But that actually is another very good reason to do, like, get your relations up with them. It can be nice for the armies. I just... some of the wars they try and declare, it's just... no. Fair enough. It is very nice to have the extra armies in case you get declared war on from multiple sides. So it is a good idea. I hate micromanaging the influence for the nobles. If you get too many. Alright, so they're retreating. That's always an amazing feeling. Was it a siege or was it an open field battle? I love the massive siege battles because of how, like, just satisfying it is. Because normally, when you're outnumbered, you're really... yeah. Just go ahead and get a few more here. Whew. Yeah? That's a pretty good win. You're still fighting? Quit it. Alright. Not horrible losses, all things considered, but not bad. And I'll send the troops to make sure we get enough here. Alright. That buys me some time. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you leave the kingdom, you may take some small penalties, but it's not... as long as you don't have settlements, I should say, it's not a huge penalty. If you have settlements, there's a much bigger penalty, by the way. So make sure before you leave a faction, I just remembered that, by the way. But make sure you leave the faction with no own settlements. Maybe, you know, strip the garrison down, you know. Make them nice and pliable for later. But definitely don't, like, try and leave with everything, because then they'll take issue with it. Yeah. Probably a good call, especially if you're trying to get just the normal relations. Because you can also recommend other people get the... or support, like, other people getting the fiefs. And getting a lot of bonus, like, relations that way. You know what? I'm taking all of this and I'm just selling them. Or ransoming them off at the nearest town here. Ooh, I saw that legendary. Ah, it's not armor. But yeah, the fiefs are definitely very expensive to try and manage normally. Alright, let's immediately head here and recruit some people so we maybe can try and make it over here. Nope. Hold on. We're overburdened? Right? Yes. First off, go, hogs and cows. Go distract them for me. Let's also get rid of some of this grain that we probably stole from the army here. How's my speed impacted? See, prisoners. Need to get rid of a few of the cheaper ones here. Even though I'd like to keep some of these to recruit myself. I need the speed right now. I didn't realize there were 2 armies in the area. Alright. To get rid of next. I want to keep the brigands. So let's get rid of these guys. Sure. And we'll get rid of the veteran archers. And the infantry. There we go. We outspeed them. Good. Go ahead and recruit that there. Let's just ransom off about all this here. Don't want to be captured with too much if we do get captured here. I'll just reinforce their armies again. Not you. We keep the nobles. That should be good. Maybe sell these guys. Yeah, they're spearmen. So they get sold. Okay. And time to sell stuff. Alright. Let's just get rid of all of this here. So which town are you looking at taking first? Or do you have a specific target in mind? Because there is some benefit to planning out which one you're going to attack, too. Either want one of the really valuable ones, or you want to go for one of the more defensible ones, like over in Sturgia, for instance. If it's like your first time building a kingdom, just because it'll make the wars a little bit easier. Yeah, we'll get rid of all this stuff here. Sadly, no real high-tier armors, surprisingly, even though we've been annihilating cataphracts and the like. Got some decent armor, though. A lot of basic armor. I guess that's what happens when they're constantly having to recruit new people. They can't exactly keep the good stuff with them. Alright. Go ahead and sell these. Okay. Let's grab a Revel Chaser here. That pony would be nice, but obviously can't use it. I'm taking those. But yeah, it's definitely nice to try and get... You're probably looking at, like, Sturgia then. Because Sturgia is very isolated. Yes, you are paying for that party as well. I actually just recently did that because I need more troops to guarantee I can take a city. And it'll allow me to gather them up a little bit easier. Because what you can do... So this is what I recommend, by the way. You have a couple of your... Like, you save up a lot of money. You have your companions gather up some troops. You consolidate the whole army right as... Like, during... Right as you're about to start sieging. And just pile on in. That way, you get full control. You can donate all of them. You may lose a few soldiers, like, due to having too many. Okay. Revel's a really good one. Any of those over in that area where it's like that little isolated plateau kind of deal are amazing. Because they can't really, like, sneak in behind you.
Buddy.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Zara. Welcome on in. But yeah, Revel is an amazing one. Especially if you also take the castle back here. Because that keeps it fed. You want to take this castle because, how it works. With the settlements, by the way. They will transport to the nearest settlement. And basically, like, the castle here will give you cows and horses in your settlement here. Also, this one is nice because it has both food producers, so you'll be generally well stocked in case they try raiding you. That's actually a very good one to take. Alright. So let's wait for some time. Let's get healed up. And it's probably, like, one of the better ones. It's going to be hard to take, I will give you, or say that. Just because of the numbers it's going to have there, because it's so hard to attack. But it's worth it. Okay, they still don't have troops. I am real quick going to start smelting some of this stuff down here. Let's just start getting all this transformed into something I can actually make use of here. I want the fine steel first, if I can. Because that's what I'm using mainly. At least at the moment. Alright, looks like that's about all of it, so... Let's go for these. We'll go ahead and get them a few levels as well, make use of their stamina. Yes. Also, another trick. If you're not part of a kingdom, and you, say, you know, attack some rebels and take a settlement without, like, don't start a kingdom, what you want to do is basically just hover around. You won't be able to take mercenary contracts or join any factions because you'll, obviously, they'll try and take that from you afterwards. But what that does is, as long as you're not part of a kingdom, they cannot declare war on you if it still works like it used to. That's what I'm trying to do here. So take the rebels first, and if you see some, and then take your desired area. Because that will give you a bit of added safety while you get the settlement kind of balanced out. Alright, we have good morale, which is nice. What is going on? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Glad I noticed that going on.
I'm taking command.
Ooh. We want to move back here, actually.
Get moving!
Alright.
Warriors! Get them!
No. Not charge.
Move! Forward!
Right there.
Footmen!
Our footmen here will cover for them.
Get moving! Move out!
Right about here. And we'll order our cavalry to harass.
Get them!
We'll go have them assist with the cavalry over there. Alright. This is a decent battle in our favor currently. Can get a few free hits in here. I need to equip that simple crossbow. That way I can start leveling up crossbows here. Ooh, nice. Took out one of their crossbowmen. Okay. Let's go ahead and do like a long-range javelin shot. There we go. Maybe throwing level 150? Let's see. I'm trying to take out their horses at least. Which one? Some of the achievements are actually very hard to get a hold of. Dude, nice! I'm not very good in the tournaments because I normally am not familiar enough with some of the weapons they give for them. The only one I find I can consistently do are the Kazite ones. Or the Kuzite. So that's awesome. Alright. Let's deal with a bit more of these guys here. We have not lost much, so you know what? Yeah. Let's back off here now. Got some help in there. And the reason we do that now they are taken prisoner. The benefit to that is I can now get their troops. Battanians are awesome. My favorite start is honestly as Battania, because Not only do you have this amazing settlement here, but you also have a lot you can do with them because they're passive. If they're your start, it is one of the best passives, I think. Okay, so they do outnumber us a good bit. Let's go ahead. We're going to attack this group. They also have some of the best archers, actually. Their archers are insane for sieges because they are surprisingly good at melee.
Soldiers!
Because they have two-handed greatswords as their backup weapon.
Men! Move out! Get moving!
Makes it very nice for, like, actually defending because, oh, I run out of ammunition? I'm now just gonna cleave through your line. They also have some of the better armor. Alright. So they've mainly got ranged, actually. But we've got high ground, potentially. And they don't have much cavalry to kind of counter us. That sucks. Alright. Well, they're gonna fight in the town then. I was not paying attention to my own health. I like how they use the livestock pen there as a defensive area. Well, there's the overconfidence getting me knocked out, but hey. And just to replace my numbers, let's take the archers. Alright. Take these guys. Trying to think. Yeah, I like the raiders. So let's do that. And there we go. Okay, we got a light crossbow here. Got some actual decent stuff. Take just a little bit more. Our reward for helping the town. After all. And let's go ahead. And I'm going to start scrapping these javelins. And the pilums. Because I want to learn the javelin blueprints here so I can actually make a javelin for myself. That's good. What are orders? No, what are the orders here? Good. We can actually make some javelins. Let's see. They want long javelins, so let's go with this. This head. Good enough. And what was the other order? Junk. Okay. Let's go to make ourselves a javelin. Okay, so these are just straight better because they get one extra javelin for about the same damage. Let's see, 96. Okay, so this is the best half tier. Yeah, that's good. There we go. A large bag. Nice. Why is that a 1? Is that new? Huh. Wait, Pelum's gonna make 2? Alright. Well, we made a large bag, which is nice. That replaces my current javelins. It just in every way, too. Nice. Where is that simple crossbow? Did I? I lost it at some point. Oh, well. We'll go ahead and do that. There we are. Let me grab. I guess they don't have one. Good. Well, in that case, we'll just sell some stuff. Sell these. Alright. Now, do you have recruits up here? You do, good. Okay. Don't mind me just chasing them through here. There we go. We'll beat them in speed. They escaped, that's fine. Alright, you.
Stop there.
You know you're at war. So let's go ahead. We'll do this. And here we go. Get some of that. Get a few of these elites here. A Battanian hero. And there we are. Ooh. Ooh. If I want, you know, that for looks, that's nice. Go ahead and just grab everything else. Should be able to grab just a bit more troops here. Just grab some Imperial troops. Head back up and we'll see how it's going up here. And good, that's stewardship. That'll help cut down a lot of expenses. Okay. That's got a lot of defenders. This is being sieged. If I take this, I want to move right here so I can see... Okay, it is that large army, and there's another large one. They're not going to let me get away with that. Nice. It's always good. Man, the Empire here is really just not letting me do much in this area, because they always have two armies. You know what? If they always have two armies here, what's it look like over here? Because if all their people are always over here and stuck in this area, as much as I would love to get Maranath, because it's one of the better settlements, you know, prevent it from getting ruined later, it may be worth it to go for... That is way too many defenders. Let's see, most of that is garrison too. What about over here? This place has been taken a couple times now. And you know what? They left me to die back at this area, so it would be fitting if I took control of it. When I was a mercenary for them, they abandoned the siege and nearly got us caught. That is doable. And in fact, let's real quick. Any nobles coming this way we try and take out. Like this group right here. Get back here, you. We have plans that don't involve you getting in the way.
It's been a while.
It hasn't been that long. Alright, you basically have nothing, so let's just do this. We'll take no extra prisoners, but what we will do is level these guys up. Another legendary fur cap. Interesting. But yeah, we'll clear out a few of these nobles here, so we're not attacked from behind. We're gonna raid the Silver Ore village over here. That we'll try and draw some of them out, basically. Let's just get a few of the troops back. And this should work out. Well, good news, cavalry are not super helpful in sieges. They're normally, unless it's Imperial cataphracts. Because those are some of the highest armor and best weapons for cavalry. But, in general, if you're going to be taking a city, you actually don't want a lot of cavalry. Because you're going to be, you know, stuck there just with troops that are subpar, normally armed with spears. Honestly, it's about what I use. I only have a small cavalry force normally. I use mainly archers and infantry. The main cavalry I will get will be horse archers to kind of harass things that are nearby. But that'll be about it. And that is just so, like, horse archers are the exception because they don't get caught up, in the enemies, like, groups. Let's see, is that actually draining their militia? I think it may be. And if that's the case, that's actually good. It gives me a way to weaken them while they're all stuck in there. We'll try raiding here. See if that lures out the nobles. They're kind of just sitting in there. Though, luckily, this is leveling up roguery. So this is still good for me. Let's see. Yeah, let's get villages recovering faster because we're going to have to raid a lot here. But your main troop that's going to matter when you take your first settlement will actually be archers. Because you're going to need a lot of them. On the walls there. When the city gets raided. We'll consider that when taking that course of action. So he doesn't like raiding. It's actually kind of bad for what we're having to do here. They're literally just sitting in there. I guess, if that's the case... Any other targets? This has been taken. They're gonna sit in here until we leave the area. What's this castle looking like? It's actually better defended than the town there in some ways. The bandits will actually help with just general sacking. Thank you,
Looking
Clever.
strong, Lord Wolf.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, we did execute a rival king after all. So I'd hope we look at least a little bit stronger. How you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Okay, that hasn't been taken enough. And that's what I mean by the nobles making questionable choices. Because you'll also have them vote to have wars all the time when you're already in a war. Good to hear, Clever. Glad you're having a good, at least an okay weekend. Especially with the heat wave going on and everything, you know. God,
Since you're not going anywhere,
take what you can get. I am very excited. The tactics games are actually some of my favorites, so I'm very much looking forward to that remaster. But if they're doing that as a remaster, they may also remaster the second one.
I'm in command.
And maybe even the Game Boy Advance tactics game. Which I'm really hoping for. Alright. We need to be defensive. Actually.
Forward!
Up here. We need to get up here. They're going to be charging with cavalry. This will prevent the cavalry charge, basically. I didn't know you could. I didn't realize Cloud was in that as an option. Or is that, like, something they're adding? Alright, we're gonna need to distract a little bit here. And also, we're gonna want a circle formation for this. I think. Yeah, this will be a good formation here. That's good. That's normal. Valandia is normally one of the most powerful factions just because they have some of the hardest places to raid. They are actually some of the most aggressive, I feel like. Not quite sure on that part. And they just have really good troops. Especially the crossbowmen. They also, I think, are one of the richest factions, normally. Okay. So far, so good here. What about you, Clever? You gonna be very much excited for the Tactics release? Let's go ahead and charge through there. This is not a good place to get caught up. Okay, they're retreating. That's actually a good sign. Can I... Okay. I need to back up just a little bit. Okay. At least for a moment. But yeah, the main Tactics games I played a little bit of the first one. So that'll be nice to get to try here. But the main one I actually played was the Advanced one and the one on the DS. Okay, I probably need to retreat here. And battle. Definitely now that I've gone and they're going to charge in. Yeah, we're going to retreat here. Okay, trade goods. Low tier stuff. Okay. We'll recover. Now they're going to charge out, of course. We can get a few other troops here. Okay. We need to go this way. Now. They just tried cutting me off. They may still get this. Due to the wounded here.
Tell me your name.
What would it take to let me go? Okay. Oh. Let's go ahead and head up to the Kazites. That was an awful battle. But what we can do is lead them through hostile territory. And restock here. Why is he gaining medical? What is he fighting? I know we do have him on aggressive here. Right, tactics. Thank you. This is a good one. Now let me get a slightly bigger party. Alright. He got captured. That's fine. No. We'll get our troops back and we'll have him gather up another party. Alright. I want a few Kazite troops. So if we can get that, I'll be very happy. Hold on. Why does this place only have 102 defenders? Am I just gonna start a war with everyone? Is that what I'm gonna devolve into? I think I might have to. Alright, we got a good amount of recruits here. Go ahead and recruit just a bit more. We're almost healed too, is the nice part. And you know what? Yeah. I think we go ahead and go to war here. Let's check some of the neighboring towns while we're getting the last of the troops. And we'll see how this goes. Okay, they escaped. That's whatever. Alright. Go ahead and hire them. I'll take them over basic infantry, in this case. Even though we're about to do a siege. Potentially. This is not advisable, by the way. I will say that. Okay, there's a bandit hideout there. Okay. I think this needs to happen. Alright. Ooh, legendary arrows. Because this is such a juicy opportunity for two. let's go ahead. First thing we want to build. 2 ballistas. Then a catapult. And then a treb here. And then we'll build a battering ram and 1 tower. Hey, Boom! Just in time to see me try and actually take a settlement here. Alright, we need to keep a very close eye out because I am very likely to have them come storming over. Considering how we already have nobles just sitting outside here. Yep.
Stop there, straight.
I'll fight you to the last. Not really. We'll do this. Recruit. Can't recruit anyone. Luckily they're also recovering here. And let's see. I'm just declaring war on everyone, it feels like, at this point.
Halt there.
Alright. What would it take you to look the other way? A lot. Get away. There we go. I'm gonna try and take that city. I just need a bit of extra stuff to do so. And to get rid of a few of these nobles that are roaming around. I'm pretty sure the noble with 77 there is likely the settlement owner. So more than likely, that's why he rushed over. Alright, there's 100 right there.
It's been a while.
Alright, you know what? What we'll do, I need to weaken these guys. Rather than just retreating here.
Listen up!
What we'll do, we're gonna ride in. We're gonna try and pick off a few and then retreat. That was way too early. Alright. Just kind of, keep ambushing them, basically. As long as I can.
Listen up! Move!
Alright. Because the more I can get rid of the horsemen, the better. So
Gimme! Cut them down!
let's have them target that. We're gonna draw the fire as much as we can. Nice. Alright. Well... let's try and just get rid of some of these. We're getting a lot of them caught up here. I probably just lost most of my archers. Yeah. So that's a change they actually did. That's a good one. Kind of mess with my plan, but hey. Let's go into retreat, if we can. Get rid of as many as possible here. May have bitten off just a bit more than I can chew, though. I should have thought about it with Kazites being mainly cavalry. That will prove to be disastrous. Come on. Don't have enough men to get away. Yeah. Alright. That was a big mistake on my part. I should have thought about that with the Kazites. Even if their bases aren't well defended, I should have scouted more. This would have helped too. Well, at least I have that for the future. But I should have scouted more to A, see who is around, but also to try and see, you know, what I could actually get away with here. Okay. And they're faster than me. Alright. We'll just do this so we're still healing. Luckily, this is not a big set, or that big of a setback. It's a little bit of one. It sucks. But I can make do. They are at war with the Empire, so they just decided, nah, they're fine. They'll just go ahead and target the, well, I guess I was targeting, you know, their cities. Okay. Can you just leave me alone for one moment? I just need to get a few troops. And he's starting an army. Okay, we can accept that. They all swarmed there, though. Probably because I started the siege. Don't you do it.
Well, unless I reckon the odds falsely, I'd say...
You know what? I'm at least getting one of you with a javelin.
I'm in command.
I'm in command of nothing. Yeah, at least someone's getting a javelin to the face. Or at least I'll try to. There we go. Obviously, I don't want my horse to go down here. Well, someone caught a javelin, but it wasn't enough to down him. So that means I hit a Khan's guard, probably. Oh. That is not a easy army to deal with. Alright, we at least get this, though. Come on, drop me off right next to a town so I can get some troops so I'm not getting attacked by bandits and I can get out of here. There we go. Perfect timing, too. Can you... He's trying to get some extra money. He's literally just sitting there following me. Okay. I have enough money I can get enough to get back to a good point. Alright, first off, yeah, defeats can be devastating when you're not actually with a faction. Just because it's an all or nothing gamble. In many cases. Alright. We got that. I need a little bit of iron and everything else. So let's grab a few of those. Bit of wood here. And, you know, we gotta wait here anyways. Didn't mean to click on that. But there. Morale's back a little bit. Go ahead and do this. Smelt these down. And what are our orders? Nothing great, so we'll just make something ourselves here. Actually... let's make one of these. Go ahead and sell that. Mastercraft. That's going to me. You guys can just get the balanced one. And hey, would you look at that? We're no longer broke again. It's a miracle. Alright. At the same time... probably want that.
God, wine here tastes like piss. Right, so who are you?
You will do. Let's get right to business. We could use someone like you. We could use a butcher. Someone who's fine with us raiding. Yeah, what we'll do here... That's, by the way, why I always recommend... If you're not, like, doing some challenge where you say, like, don't do smithing and that, I always recommend it because it makes for a much simpler recovery after a certain point. I'm just checking what we've got here. Because, like, right now, I'm on Iron Man mode, so, you know, don't have the option of just saving and quitting. Well, I do have the option of saving and quitting, but it doesn't do anything good for me. So, you know, if you make a mistake and you didn't want the run to be over, well, it's not quite over. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. That'll give me just enough. Of course, it's a dull one. Whatever. That works. I can still sell it for a decent amount. Not quite the value I wanted, but hey. These are Sturgian villages. I should go ahead and grab just a bit more troops to try and prevent them from thinking I'm an easy mark. Even though I am. Don't want them to think that. There is something to be said about capturing a castle and using that to wear their forces down. That is an option I could technically use. Don't mind as we just keep going to all of your nice villages here. Your cavalry are probably better. Sure. But we have numbers here now. And a not too insignificant problem. We go...
Stop there, stranger. I bid you be.
What would it take? Too much. Of course it does. I got a level for throwing the troops into the grinder. Alright. We're just gonna get, you know, a bit of their own troops to use against them here. Bit of hardwood for later. Recruit a bit extra, and we should be good. We'll make it back down here. Of course, there's their ruler. We'll get these Imperials for a bit of archery. Like, non-mounted archery, I mean. A bit more infantry. We gotta level up here. Let's see. These are decent. I mean, I probably want to get to authority, but let's see. What's our next perks that we'll get to here? Those are decent. Siege Medic would be good. But let's do this. We'll upgrade it here. Smithing. We're gonna need that. Not raid. Recruit there. Alright. We're back to 100 troops. Now I just gotta get these guys trained up to being a fighting force again, and we're good to go. Which, really, that'll only take a few battles, as long as I keep my money in a good position here. Okay. Let's just smelt these down. We're gonna need some food in a moment. Oh, hey. Nice. Our guy actually won a tournament. Thank you for the scrap. Okay, let's go ahead and just keep making the same sword, basically. Alright. I could be making it cheaper, too. But let's grab the cleaver here. Let's smelt that cleaver down. Alright. And I'm just going to cut out whatever's taking the fine steel. Now that we got a sword I'm actually happy with. It's this piece, so let's go with instead. What, this? Yeah, it looks nice. How much is this worth as a dole? About the same. Okay. Alright, that gets us the money. Let's get the last of the troops, and we're going to go do some raiding on the villages here. Hands are freed. They've made peace. Alright, that works. This gives me a good position. Let's go ahead and raid. Get a bit of money. You are just going to control these guys for now. We give him no armor. He hasn't earned it yet.
At them!
Go ahead and have him charge. As soon as, you know, he gets his first kill, he gets the armor. We'll give him a shield. We'll be that kind, at least. Maybe a weapon. There we go. Get a bit there. And then the battle should basically be won. Okay, good. We hit the horse. Go ahead and toss that up. On. We want Sturgeon line breakers here. Probably. You don't want the spearmen. They're not great. The spears don't do much. There we go. We'll just take everything. And we won't actually raid the towns. Out of food. There. Whining over the food. We got some for you. So what if I forgot it for a little bit there? Let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and chase some Sea Raiders. Do need the roguery. Could use the troops. Surprised you guys didn't surrender. There we go. Some cheese too. Cheese is good. Alright, we will actually raid this one for food. And we will stick it out for this one. Since I need to get the supplies back. Alright.
On my command.
On. Real quick. I'm just gonna send the troops. That's actually gonna be quicker, even going through 2 load screens here. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wait for them to actually meet the lines and, you know, all that. Alright, we get a Sumpter horse. Sure. And let's start raiding. You're willing to actually chase us here. Yeah, you're not going to accept it, so... we'll do that. And we'll kind of meet them in the middle here. That's why he was at... okay. He was heading over because of the army that was forming here. And because we were raiding.
Well,
Balance of power slightly in his favor. Oh. It's better than getting captured here. He's got all horse archers, at least over here. Now that we're over here. Let's go ahead and buy just a bit of food here. There we go. We'll go over and get some fish and we'll be good. I almost didn't see that in time. We'll go get some meat. And some troops. Alright. Where's the cows? That'll be good. Being overburdened won't be, so let's just toss on. We're gonna do this. We're not gonna slaughter all of them immediately. We can't reverse that. Fair enough. Instead we'll get rid of some of this flax then. They chasing? They are. Okay. I was trying to see if I could maybe wait till we got to a town. There we go. We'll sell the rest of the flax here. Technically don't need it. It'll get us something back. Get some butter in return. And there's our supplies. Alright. We got the troops. I just gotta think of how we're gonna do this here. This is just constantly rebelling. Trying to think. We may, if we can get to one of their nobles, we may be able to declare peace here. That won't immediately attack us, of course.
Stop there, stranger. I bid you peace.
Alright. Probably started too many fights here. Mountain Blade, I would say, is... It's technically an RTS.
Halt there.
It's a weird one. Because obviously, you can actually influence the battles directly. Since you can fight directly in them. But I would say technically it's an RTS.
It's been a while.
I'm over encumbered is what happened. It's a really good one. Don't let my experience here work because of how I've maybe bitten off more than I can chew here. How bad? Okay. Offload it all. It is very complex. I'll say, Topsky. Interesting time, you know, for you to be joining in here, as I'm having to run for the hills. Alright, let's toss that. May have started a few wars. On my own.
It's been a while.
A bit of both. Oh, I got myself in an awful position here. Okay. To get away. Still got 10k gold. So it's not horrible, but I need to be tossing this. We just need the meat for a second. But it was a mixture of running and riding due to the fact, you know, had some ground troops in that. Now it's just riding. Pretty sure we only have horsemen once again. And Shadow, what was the first game you played then? If it was an RTS. Alright. That does tend to happen when you pick your main. It goes just a little bit better if you're having a hard time here. Alright, get the food. You know what? I was going to head for the hideout. I've changed my mind. The name Burden of the Crown sounds familiar, but you're right. I'm not quite sure I've heard of it. I know the first RTS I played was, Command and Conquer. I want to say it was Command and Conquer 2? I think it was. Alright, let's see. Well, you know, Command & Conquer is probably a lot of people's first RTS, come to think of it. Because it was huge for quite some time. Alright, good. We got the raiders here. Recruit them. We just gotta kind of claw our way back out. Also, what is going on here? Britannia has taken a Valandian town. Valandia has taken a Britannian town. And both empires have taken one. What the heck's going on here? I mean, Britannia is getting screwed over. That's, you know, that's nothing new. But why is everyone doing it? It's only just like one or two factions that take a town. Alright. We got some horses back so I can actually have some carry cap. Sturgia is even at war with them. But yeah, I feel like Command & Conquer is one of those that so many people know, And love, actually. I know I definitely do. Even if it's been an age since I've actually played the games. Alright, go ahead and rest there. And I am just always getting myself in awful situations, by the way. It feels like now. Oh yeah, it'll be fine to go to war while I'm already at war and I'm only one person. It'll be fine. Nothing could go wrong. 10 seconds later. I am also a huge strategy game person, actually. Been playing a bit more action-oriented stuff. But, a lot of what I play actually... I dabble between them, really. I have not heard of that. What kind of game is that? Let's grab that short sword, too. So I can scrap them. I've got just enough wood here. Had. Use some there. Let's grab some wood. And I'll just get us some kind of purchasing power again. Man, I just got those legendary bolts, too. Ugh. I really need to be more careful. Honestly, with strategy games, a lot of those old ones I feel like really hold up. To where, like, you can go back to them ages later. And as long as they, you know, you can get it to run on modern systems, they're so much fun. They've got such complexity to them, but they're also normally pretty, actually easy barriers of entry at the same time. Alright, craft both of those. Okay, let me quickly, I'll listen to that in a moment. Man, I know you're probably talking, like, the actual, developers are probably Sensible Software. But that also sounds like one of those names you could use as a joking way of calling, like, one of the other, game makers. Like, or game developers. Man versus Machine is a lot of fun. Didn't it just get an update, by the way? I had seen something where it apparently got, like, something new after quite some time. I'm just looking through. I need to buy some food before I forget again. So I don't lose morale. Alright. Now we actually have the horses to supply this. Or keep us supplied here. Let's grab a large variety. Not beer. Fish. There we go. Get my Botanian army going again. Get all those lovely fiends back amongst us. I'm still very tempted to try for that. If I see an opportunity, I will. This one's like one of the best towns to hold for making money, by the way. The Britannian ones are like some of the best because they have 4 towns linked to them. So like if you can hold one, they're the most likely to start turning a profit. And actually be worth holding. Yeah, you don't get all those recruits. Those are mine. Also, I'm sorry to do... Well, I'm not sorry to do this to you. I need some training for these troops, and, well, you're the nearest noble. So, yeah. Just chase you across country here.
Forgive me what may seem...
On. I want to see if he'll actually make peace. I can make peace with them. You know, that's honestly a small price to pay for, you know, lopping off the Emperor's head here. Want to throw in a horse to make, like, to sweeten the deal? No, okay, no. Yeah, that amount of money is not bad to go ahead and do that. That'll cut down on the war. And at the same time... Alright. Actually, that's not going to end well. They're outspeeding us still. We'll go back here. Let me listen to this real quick. Oh, I've got the chance. Okay, that's pretty good. Well then. Definitely an interesting track if you actually listen to the lyrics. I can see that setting a pretty good mood for a game called Cannon Fodder. I'm not gonna lie. I can see what they were going for. I approve. In a weird way, of course. Okay. Let's get... Got just a tiny amount here. Get a single broadsword. That'll get me the steel I need. Because I'm guessing I do need some here. But that definitely sets a pretty good mood for a game like that, I would imagine. Now, was that game very lighthearted, Tofsky? Like, or was it, you know, a bit more on the grim side? Okay. He wants a rusty blade, fresh out of the smithy. Sure. I'll keep us going at least. So it almost, you know, from the time period I'm guessing that was, they were kind of going for a more realistic, like, it is a bloodbath kind of deal. That could also be very... I can see where that would be a lot of fun. But definitely be very punishing. If you plan an ambush well, you just annihilated a whole group. But, if you've fallen into the said ambush, but let's just say it don't end well. Alright. There. Ooh. So you're here. Alright, so now we're just at war with the Kazites,
Hey.
and just them I'm fine with. And actually, we got... looks like 2 of them right here.
Hey?
There we go. I can also start progressing that. That is just what I'd love to see. Okay. Let's get this started. Nope. Get those guys in. Need our bandits here. We're gonna go ahead and grab all of our people here. Alright, Nazan. Come on back. How are you? Fair enough, actually. Makes sense that they're still a prisoner. This should not be a very strong faction. Shouldn't being the key word, of course. Oh. Okay, that is manageable. It's gonna take some real effort, but we can get that. I'm definitely gonna have to do proper siege. No. We delivered the demands, yield, or fight. You're a prisoner now. Just grab all these, because I do need some of these guys later. There we go. Get a kind of even going of raiders and... what's it called? Raiders and normal. Alright. We'll be capturing 2 of them right here too, which is nice. Come on.
Stop there.
There we go.
Who are you?
Alright, and we actually attack for this one. Oh.
Listen up!
Alright. What do we have that we're dealing with?
Circle!
Circle formation.
Move out!
And head up there. Alright. As always, I've got to ride off and, you know, throw a few javelins while they get into position here to kind of buy them time. We got a good amount of archers. Almost as much as they do infantry, so we should tear through them relatively quickly. That was not high enough. That was, though. That was too high. Alright. There we go. And there. Alright, well. Since they're not going to charge... let's go ahead. We'll have our troops move up.
Get moving!
Right here. Go ahead and lop a head off. And it looks like our people are getting into position quite well now. Accidentally let go of the first one. Alright, their archers are not going to be quite in range, which is good. So our troops should be basically untouched when it comes to arrows. I just took out their leader again. Alright, I don't want to lose the horse. Go ahead and charge the line here. Alright. Clock him over the head. No. And there we go. Oh, I love the mallet for that very reason. Just knock him over and then bonk him over the head. And as for you... oh, they got him. Alright. That's 2 nobles dealt with. Well, 2 rebels. They're not actual nobles. Party leaders. There you go. Do like rebel leaders. Let's do the javelin troops. Want the actual raiders. We take it all. But okay. They're an open rebellion too, which is nice. So we need to get just as many troops as possible here. We got a ton of infantry, which is good. We're not going to have the siege equipment. Because I'm not going to go all the way to Revel just in case. I need to get the siege started quickly. So we need to just eliminate whatever we can. Because they're going to build up otherwise here. And they're traveling together, of course. Alright.
Stop there. Who are you?
Seems relatively even, which is not good. But what's this party comprised of? Infantry mainly. Okay. Ours is 2. But that means if I can distract even a few of the archers, we'll be in a better position than he will be. Alright, have you lead the charge there. You two fight together. Alright.
Move! Move!
All the way back there. Okay. They do have cavalry. 2 groups of it. Let's also do another circle formation. We do that because it... I didn't mean to do that. Right in the tree there. What that does is basically kind of protects the archers a little bit better. Yeah, if we can get them up on that hill, that's good because that will give our archers very clear line of sight. It also prevents their cavalry from getting as good of charge. Actually, that's a little bit... That's out of the area. Okay.
Forward!
Alright, form up right here. Obviously, we'll still try and do a bit of distraction. Ow. They've got actual crossbowmen. That's what hit me. Okay, we've got the riders distracted here. I want to take this one out. Don't get surrounded. I'm already hurt, so I don't want to get hit again. Okay, our Battanians are doing excellent work. Our distraction of the cavalry is going quite well. Actually, let's re-equip this. There we go. Vlandian crossbowmen. That makes sense. Alright.
Riders! Attack!
Target the cavalry. Or, the cavalry needs to target the archers. Is more what I was trying to say there. Ooh. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. That was a slaughter. No. Alright. So that's a bunch of Valandian rebels. I forgot that was a Valandian city. Good news. Most of our people didn't die. Bad news. We lost, I think. I'm guessing the archers were not shooting the infantry very much. We're gonna go ahead and do this. I'm a little surprised by that. Because it was relatively even. The only thing that stood out was they had a lot more... what's it called? They had a lot more infantry. But I'm surprised it turned... I guess if they were well-trained infantry, that may have made the difference, honestly. This is definitely going to take a while for anyone to siege. Potentially. Which will be nice. It means it's less likely, you know, someone else is going to steal the siege from us here. Yeah, we'll accept that because it's not likely we'll get out of here. And you know what? I think we'll call it there. I'm going to have to do a lot more recovery, unfortunately. But, what I can do here, like, I'm just going to basically need to recruit a bunch of troops and get a money stockpile before this. It's not actually that much, but we've been going on for a while, and I have a couple cats that need some attention here. What? Is it the rage at not having a town already? Trust me. I am seething on the inside about it. Some of these... well, a lot of it was mismanagement.
Come here, I'm gonna eat you. Get in my belly.
Yeah, we may have gotten thrown, or like, completely ground up in the meat grinder. But... fair enough. Real quick, you can get your curls in. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, seriously. Thank you, everyone, for joining. 10. I really enjoy... I enjoy this game a lot. It's been fun coming back to it. Obviously, maybe taking a few fights I really shouldn't. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah, we'll raid out here actually real quick. Let me choose a raid target while I'm doing this. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun watching me win fights, lose fights, you know, rebuild, repeat. Every now and then, you know, having to try and figure out how to get out of a region I may have made very hostile. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed. I will catch you all later. We're gonna raid out to... you know what? This is another strategy game. You know, since we were on the topic of strategy games earlier. Thank you, Johnny. Since we were on the topic of strategy games earlier, this is one I really enjoy. And I plan on returning back to later, but for now, you know, let's go watch someone else play it. Let's go say hey to Winnie. Alright. He's currently on Battle Brothers. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost done. But yeah, seriously, thank you all for joining. Thank you everyone who, you know, just joining, as well as, you know, everyone who returned. I really appreciate it. Having you guys here helps, you know, ignore the stinging loss of a couple hundred men. 9, 10. Yeah, I'll catch you all tomorrow. We may do more of this. May do something just a little bit different as like a one-off thing or something like that, just to break it up. But Tofsky, I would be here all day. 6, 7, 8, 10. Because I noticed your wording there. You didn't say on my casualties. You just said casualties. 1,000-person battles are not uncommon. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one, everyone.